Hello, everybody. We got another day of some gaming today. Today we are going to go through the MSQ main story quest line on a warrior. Yes, the other day I was talking about how much I love shaman tanking in like Season of Discovery and a few other games as well, but it doesn't actually exist in the retail version. So, uh, what I did was I tried to find one of the classes that fits it closest. That can be an orc because I love orcs. Orcs are cool. So what we are going to do is I went ahead and made a new warrior and made him look like what I want as a shaman. So anyway, like I said, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it today. Hope everybody had a great week so far, and we're coming towards the end of it. So let's see. Just to let everybody know, I also installed a new add-on on the game. This called Dialogue UI. I think it looks really good as far as it tries to make you feel a little bit more immersed, well, and immersive of, you know, the dialogue in the game because some of the text stuff on there just kind of isn't really immersive. But I think I like it so far. Orthamar has formed a rally point at Sunstrider Rise while the civilians are evacuated to Silver Moon, but the forces of the Vanguard are scattered throughout the battlefield. We need to fight as one to defeat this host. Together, we can defeat Zalatath and save the Sunwell. I will, yes, me, because I'm the man. Big bad. I'm the big bad. Look at that, see? That shaman tank right there. Mm. Zalatath has underestimated the resolve of the Vanguard of the Light and the Cinderai. Will not fall today, but win a decisive victory against the Void. I think Terrell's super cool. I think he is the Paladin's Paladin. He is the man, I think. We have stopped the Devouring Host's initial attack. This battle will not be won if we go on the defensive and not even safeguard the innocence of Quel'Danos. Focus on culling the Void front without their invading force. The Devouring Host cannot maintain a foothold. We will rally the Sunstrider Rise when ready. So, go kill some stuff. Got it. Your son. One moment, Gillimus. I have a personal matter. I would like you to find my son, Arator. He's a member of the Silverhand and accomplished paladin. I know he must have been called. His faith is strong. The light would want him here fighting against his Zalatath. Sure. Let's go play Mr. Hammer. So in pretty much most of these games, like MMOs and stuff, you are pretty much a non-speaking hammer of the good guys, quote unquote. sacred flame were almost overwhelmed by the devouring host. I was able to hold back the tide of darkness so that Anduin could heal the injured. I'm glad to see that others were called to the defense of this sacred place. What can I do to help? Go find Lord the Moon.
Go join the Vanguard, Farron. I'll escort everyone to the summit.
Pew! So, let's see, where am I? Oh, there we go. Okay.
Sun chase your shadows.
Ooh. Let's see, where do we need to be going? Peek. Was that supposed to go up there? Dude. I am really hoping that I give Warrior some good love this expansion. I'm probably more for the Paladin, which is fine, but you know. But again, if I were to get my way and what I would want, I want my shaman tank, and I would be very happy. I wish they would have finished kind of what they started in vanilla on it, where they were supposed to be tank classes, and I can go in there and tank dungeons and stuff. It's just what I enjoy doing. But it was nice to do it in Season of Discovery for the time that I was able to play that. I don't know fully what they've done with Season of Discovery. It's been a minute since I've hopped on there. called not just as follows, but the champions of Azeroth. I have thought myself surrounded and outnumbered, but you here may press the attack.
The High Exile calls us to glory or death.
Champion, over here.
There you are. Let's see what happened to you, Eretar.
There you are. You can feel it, can't you? Arator, son of Turalian. Something is amiss. One so confident in the light you wield. Have your eyes finally been opened? You fight with such conviction, but your light will betray you. In
The
your
light will never
darkest
betray
moment,
you.
when you need it most, your light will turn to
That's such a really cool moment right there.
left with.
Where the climax and the peak of the song with the yelling goes with it. Super cool. He just like starts.
So tell me, Arator,
Super cool.
son
That's great.
of Valeria,
Cinematography and writing for that scene. Real cool. Love it. Yes, sir. You use the Venging Wrath. That's what you do. You're a paladin.
I'm still not sure what happened in that moment. But I'll have to worry about it later. We have lives to save.
What, like I said, what happened is you did your paladin thing and jacked a whole bunch of things up like you're supposed to. Good job. Your dad will be proud.
Alright, let's find the rest of the Vanguard. The High Exarch hates to be disappointed.
Good to see you, Gillimus. The light burns brighter among all this darkness and void, doesn't it? I always feel the pain of it on my undead skin, but the devouring host is more susceptible to its wrath than I. So the reason why he's talking like that is because undead with the, you know, if you're dead, holy stuff shouldn't be feeling too good. So, but they're still able to use the light and do healing. So they feel a burning whenever they do use their abilities and stuff. I just think that's cool little extra lore things that that this mentions right here.
Let your inner fires burn bright, my brethren. We are
Yeah, warrior needs buff. We need more damage.
People undefended.
Let's see. Haste and Mastery or Master. We'll go with Haste Mastery.
Be the light that darkness fears. Do not let this evil shake your resolve.
We have made many sacrifices.
Thank you, Gilgamesh. With this force, we can protect the survivors and escort them to the boats. Let's go.
Vanguard of the light. We make our stand at the gate. For Azeroth. For the light!
Naruto, wait!
For
I
the
must
light.
escort these civilians to the docks and get them to safety. There are still many unaccounted for. We cannot abandon them to the void.
Of course, Lorthamar. We'll do everything in our power to safeguard them. Surely the High Exarch can spare us.
The eternal sun still guides us. I proudly serve as
Rather than just thinking like a battlefield captain, not like a leader. My people, the Cinderai, have suffered much in these past few wars. How many must die in the name of his victory? Please give them rescue any citizens you can and help guide them to safety to the boats at the Silver Landing.
our
Well,
strength lies
on with the Terralion. Eliminate them all. You must rescue the civilians and get them to the ships. Yet the path to the docks is barred by a vile, hungering creature. We have to save my people, then we need to clear an evacuation path. We cannot leave them to fend for themselves. Well, yeah, as my niece would say. Yeah.
For the survivors.
Anu Valore Delanar.
Allow the light to be your guide.
It didn't take that long to kill these dudes. I think I killed more of them. Boom. So much everything to do is it. As a warrior, jump off from somewhere super high, and then if you are able to heroically, you won't get damaged. I love doing that. You can do the same thing, kind of, with the paladin. I like doing it with the bubble shield or bopping. It's cool.
The eternal sun guides us. Remember the sun well.
My thing is, if I'm sitting here killing them all, why on earth is she sitting over there? Not doing anything, not help.
Time is of the essence. State your business.
Alright, let's get out of here. Let's walk to these dudes.
Let's do some good.
Let's get it. Got him.
The evacuating ships are under attack.
Okay, one sec. Let me sell some stuff, bros. Look at all this junk. This was from doing some, what's that look like? That's pretty cool. Anyway, doing some transmog runs. I wish they had a button that says if soulbound and like 20 high levels under a threshold that you choose, sell it all. Sell those pieces at least, that'd be nice. I'm gonna go through each one of these. Alright, good enough for now.
The car is at your disposal. I lend you my strength. May the Legion fall before you.
With your help, many will live to see the safety of Silverman. Citizen. Alright, let's see. So, Haze Burst. Crit. Let's see. What is. Head. Let's take a look at power. It's probably going to be haste. Haste something. And let's see. I have no idea how I'm supposed to be building him with his stats. So let's find out. Stats. There we go. Oops. Stats. Stat priority. Let's see. Haste. Oh, haste crit verse. Ooh. Haste crit verse. Crit verse. So we're gonna go haste verse.
If we don't protect the ships, we have set the people aboard them to die.
Go. Cool. All right. Now we know. And knowing is half the battle. They doing these kind of quests. Very easy to do, but annoying, kind of. Especially when you feel like you're sitting here hitting these and they just don't all go like they should. Gonna finish that up. Okay, so got one.
Sunk a ship. Throw the survivor a rope.
I don't want to send in the rope. My rope. Yeah. Come on.
You got them all! Thank the light!
Yes. No. Thank me. Mm.
You did it, champion!
Darn right I
The
did.
civilians escaped the devouring host.
I'm the man.
Tyranians forget that victory means nothing if it costs us everything in return.
Well, the thing is, though, he doesn't care. Why? Because it's not his people. It's your people. You deal with your people. That's kind of probably where his thought process is. I mean, it's not like we are uh, neighboring allies all the time, you know?
The light of the sun.
What do we need to do?
The High Exarch commanded us to assemble with his vanguard, the light, and attack the devouring hosts. I do not regret my delay with that order, but he will have noticed my absence. He said, Dad's about to get mad. Gotta go to Dad.
We should help.
Mount up.
Mount up, champion. We must get to the gate
I wish I
before
could
Vanguard attacks.
fly, but yes, you're welcome. I am with you.
Lord,
North Market apprehended. Ended the evacuation.
the void has come for Azeroth.
Champion. I'm glad to hear so many of the Samurai survived, even though this was contrary to my orders to the Vanguard. You are not under my command. You acquitted yourself. Well, Air Torture.
The vanguard of
You can do what you want. You ain't in my command. Him? You done messed up, AA Ron. You done messed up. You can prevent some casualties. I know how the void works. You're a legend. Yes, I am.
Ready to fight the fight?
High Exarch has formed an impressive defensive line. It will hold the devouring those current numbers. But I can see the void pylons behind the line, so those will call forth more devouring foes and overwhelm the vanguard of light. The power is too dangerous for us to destroy directly, but if we can reactivate the sentinels that fell in the initial assault, they could destroy the pylons for us. Activate 5 pylons. Okay. That it? Okay, there's another one. Let's see. There are still an army with soldiers and leaders amongst sea of void walkers. I noticed that there are singular creatures, whether commander or mascot, to the host. Removing them from the battlefield will break their lines.
We should help.
Alright, let's go kill things. Let's go be a hammer.
We don't always see eye to eye on things, to say the least.
And another one. Ah, poop. Missed it. I'm gonna click this one.
Battlefield commander. Though I think he sometimes forgets how to be anything else.
And that's okay that he forgets. That one's not up yet. So let's get this one. Probably circle back to that.
And so do I. I also felt it fill me with wrath. And I'm not sure what to think when it does.
The ability is called Avenging Wrath. Okay? If you use that, you use some wrath. So I'm not really understanding why he's sitting here complaining about having to use the ability when you've been using the ability already. So quit your belly aching and get to work. I don't know how these alliance people do their things, but in the board, that's what we do. So honestly, kind of agree with the Terralian on a whole lot of things. Shut up. Do it though. Wreck things. There we go. Going down. That's the one I can circle back to, because he is going to come back up. Oops, missed it. Ooh, poison diseases. Don't like that. Oh well. No casting after you, sir.
I was overcome by wrath. I lashed out in my anger. Is it the same for the
Let's see who's all on. Yeah, well, he's a hunter. He's a warrior. Pick them up a little bit later. Let's see. Well, he's 82. He's 90. So still taking him for catch up to either of them. Whoops. I did it. Me.
You little people and your struggles. Delicious. You still believe your heroics can defeat my devouring host? My forces are as boundless as my power. My fun is just
So break one, she sends 6 more down, huh? Right, where to? I'm not prepared. Bro, watch. See how prepared I am? Watch. Boom! Prepared. Nope. Not allowed. Nope. That is one thing people do not like doing is interrupting. So they don't get abilities out. A good interrupt will save a life. I don't want to do all that. I've done it once. No thank you.
Erator, you broke formation. Light
Was void columns destroyed? Was weakened. Alright.
has no place in
Hit mastery or great haste.
Light agent.
I answer to the light. Although we
7
cannot
legendary
allow these Ethereals
weapons.
to pillage our sacred artifacts.
On that we agree. Erator, hold the line. Champion, seize those weapons.
And who made you the boss, sir? One down. Alright, there's 2 more here. So again, I don't know. If they're legendary, amazing weapons, why aren't we using them to, you know, wreck shop? But that's just me. I don't know if the blades of the whatever they're doing, but they died, so that's all we cared about. My favorite, two-handed axe. Let me just see if I can help that guy. Don't know. Easily interrupted though. Okay, so it's good. I need to figure out what abilities are selectable. Typically, a lot of the bolts are, but no one knows it. Wish his own built these would that be too much to ask? Might be upstairs. Two mode. Where are they? They are somewhere. Okay. Like here I'm going, I guess, then. Because that might be unlocking. The other two's mode thing. Raid tunic. I just don't know where the last ones are. This build. There we go. I found it. I can't wait to do some more dungeons. I love dungeons. Think I got them all? Yup.
Thankful light. You've recovered the artifact. I am the blade of the light.
So, haste verse, and we got a haste mastery. So clearly we go haste verse.
to protect.
Excellent work. Of course.
Do not let this evil shake
The
your
time
resolve.
has come. We push these fiends to the sun's reach harbor, drive them back to their cursed void portal, and drive them from these sacred shores. For the light, for Azeroth.
Vanguard of the light, with me! Push these invaders back to the void that spawned them!
Mount up.
Right.
So this dude is a demon, but he decided to side with the light. I always thought that was weird, in general.
Hurry, champion. We need your help against that behemoth.
I'm trying, alright? Trying.
The void has come for Azeroth.
Let's drive it back.
The weapons you recovered. Drive this monster back to the void!
Go back from whence ye came.
Vanguard! Redouble your effort! Today, the void learns the power of light is supreme!
The old warrior thinks this will be his crowning achievement.
Show yourself, witch!
A paladin staring down the might of the void with only the absolute conviction that he is right. So brave in the light, how will you fare lost in the void? You are only fragile mortals. You never had a chance.
Kill one, she sends 3 more. No, we cannot win, so we're gonna have to win. Go back!
Terralion, we must regroup at the Sunwell before it's too late.
Fall back!
I was trying. Ooh. Reflected. Oh, okay.
Champion, mount up. Retreat to the Sunwell. We made it. Light preserve us.
We will beseech the light once more to help us push back the devouring host.
The Sunwell brought us salvation before. We must have faith that it will happen again.
Well, I hope they give us paladins for
We're the
them.
last of the vanguard to make it.
As they haven't, honestly.
Anaria Shalom. I answer to you.
Our testified zeal tacit foes have failed. Our only hope is to call upon the light once more and trust that there is a reason it brought this vanguard together, Gillis. you and Eritor need to protect the Sunwell from the devouring host, so with so few of us left, we cannot spare any more defenders. Our faith in the light will save us. Let's get it! Let's get it, bro! Bam. I'm close enough.
Light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace I am made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace I am made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace I am made one with all that is sacred.
Explosion.
Another miracle. Light be praised.
It isn't over, Liadrin. Our friends inside can't maintain this ritual indefinitely.
Have faith, Eritor. This is the light of our salvation.
Yeah. Stop looking like a sourpuss all the time. Okay.
I am the blade of the light.
Well, here is a good pausing point. Let's go ahead and grab me some dinner for tonight. I will be right back. All right, we are back. Had to get me some Dunna. Anyway, so we are going to take a look and watch this video of the most unpopular races in World of Warcraft and why nobody plays them. There's a couple of races that I'm pretty sure will be on there. One of them will be the Mechanodes. Man, I wanted them to be on to be cooler than they were. They still kind of are. My issue with them is their armor. You're not allowed to put armor on their arms and their legs, so they just look weird like that. And there's only like a handful of things that you can do to fix that. So, but anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and take a look and watch that.
14 playable races, 12 allied races, 13 playable classes, and dozens of specializations. This is the essence of Warcraft. And naturally, for a variety of reasons, some classes, races, or specializations end up far less popular than others. Some players dislike the gameplay, the visuals, the aesthetics, the lore background, the animations. The list of reasons can be endless. Today, I want to take a look at the least popular races in World of Warcraft and talk about what exactly went wrong. Back in original vanilla, the demographic landscape looked completely different from what we see today, and a great example of this is the Undead, who were the most popular, or at least one of the most popular, races in the entire game. Yes, of course, the roster of available races back then was far smaller than it is now, but for many players, the Undead were the embodiment of a cool, sinister race. The bad guys of Warcraft. Their atmosphere, their tragic backstory, their aesthetics. All of this attracted a huge number of players. Let's take a look at the numbers from 2005, when World of Warcraft was still a brand new adventure for most people, overflowing with newcomers eager to conquer Azeroth. According to Warcraft Realms, the Undead made up 14% of the entire global population, including alliance races. That effectively made them the most popular race in the Horde. There were nearly twice as many Undead players as Troll players, but things changed dramatically with the release of the Burning Crusade and the introduction of the Blood Elves. Although the race was initially met with
So the first race I think I can remember playing on World of Warcraft was the Night Elves, and Tauren were my horde. It was either Tauren or Orc. Pretty sure it was Orc. Yeah. And then Tauren. Those were my go-to races. I never really messed around with the undead. My friend Dax, he loved playing as undead.
skepticism, largely due to an awkward early design that made them look too slender. They very quickly skyrocketed in popularity. Before long, the Blood Elves surged to the top and easily overtook the Undead. By the end of Burning Crusade, they represented 15% of the entire population, and that was with more total races added to the game. Meanwhile, the Undead dropped from 14% in vanilla to 11%. The trend continued for years. By Legion, the Undead had fallen to the same share as the Trolls, a race they once outnumbered nearly 2-1. Meanwhile, the Blood Elves, despite the fact that Vorgan, Goblins, and Pandaren had been added since Burning Crusade, rose even further. Their share grew from 15% to an enormous 20%. According to more recent data from Data for Azeroth, the Undead now make up 3.6% of the global player base. If you remove all the newer races and look only at the classic...
Part of the reason, let's go back to that graph. Right here, there's this massive disparity because of racial passives. So in retail, Blood Elves are able to use their racial to gain back mana, also gain back, and I think it does a silence if I remember right. I might be completely wrong on that part, but that is amazing to do in PvP and PvE. So yes, that is why Blood Elves had this massive, difference in how many there were. And the Night Elves on the Alliance side, they get the Shadow Meld. Yeah, just as good. Well, not just as good, but pretty darn good. And humans, I think you're people just like being humans on games, and B, uh what was it, their racial passive of being able to get extra rep rep is like in-game currency. You need rep. So if I think if you get an extra 10%, so you get to just get more rep faster than everybody else. Hmm.
The global player base. If you remove all the newer races and look only at the classic Horde roster, Orcs, Trolls, Tauren, and Undead, the Undead have fallen from a confident first place in Vanilla all the way down to last place. Still, in absolute numbers, considering the abundance of all playable and allied races today, there are quite a lot of them. But if we're talking about races that are truly rare, the ones that barely register on the charts, then nobody compares to the Earthen. This allied race is unique. Earthen can belong to either the Alliance or the Horde, and yet in both factions, as of 2025, they are the least popular race in the entire game. Combined across both factions, they make up only 0.9% of all players, with slightly fewer in the Alliance than in the Horde. Lore-wise, the Earthen have a long history. Even though we were only recently allowed to play as them, they've existed in World of Warcraft for a very long time.
Why play an Earthen when you can just play a dwarf on Alliance? It's stupid.
They were created by the Titans shortly after the defeat and imprisonment of the old gods. Formed from living stone, their bodies were as tough as armor. The Earthen and several other Titan-forged races were meant to help shape and order Azeroth, but then came the Curse of Flesh, an event that transformed Titan-forged beings, made of stone, metal, and other primordial materials, into mortal creatures of flesh and blood. Instead of near immortality, they became beings with lifespans of a few centuries at best, a mere blink in the cosmic scale of Warcraft. Many Earthen eventually evolved into dwarves, but some remained untouched by the curse, and we've encountered them across multiple expansions. In Wrath of the Lich King, for example, Earthen fought alongside heroes against their corrupted brethren, the Iron Dwarves, many of whom had fallen under the influence of the old gods. In Legion, we helped the Earthen and other races reclaim control over the Uldua complex. And in the current expansion, The War Within, they have become one of our key allies, especially in the campaign against the Nerubians. Although the Earthen initially greeted the champions of Azeroth with caution and distrust, those fears quickly faded once we helped them repel the Nerubians, and repeatedly came to their aid. Their capital even became one of the main hubs of the entire expansion, so why are they still so unpopular? First of all, the option to play as them is very recent, so naturally, their numbers will grow over time.
As you can clearly see, you can be a bearded chick if you want to, or female, or body too, or whatever they want to call it. Whatever it wants to be called. Body too.
But for now, many players simply had no compelling reason to switch to them, especially Alliance players who already have the dwarves, who fulfill a similar fantasy despite some differences. When the Earthen first launched, their racial traits caused confusion among players. Due to lore reasons, they are essentially living stone constructs. They were unable to eat food. For anyone who plays high-end PvP or PvE content, this created real inconveniences, like not being able to quickly recover health before a boss pool or a battleground fight. As an alternative, the Earthen were given a racial satiety system. They consumed a special stone that granted secondary stats. In theory, this was meant to compensate for the inability to use regular food. And to be fair, it did solve some problems, but not all. For example, out-of-combat health regeneration remained noticeably less convenient. And because they couldn't consume stat food, Earthen players lost out on certain secondary stat bonuses available to other races. Over time, the developers tried to fix these issues. They increased the secondary stat bonuses granted by the Earthen satiety mechanic. They added special crystals sold for pocket change by a vendor, which acted as substitutes for mage food. They even introduced an additional racial ability that restores health and mana while sitting out.
That is way too much work. Way too much work to do that. Oh my goodness. I didn't even know they were having all those issues with the dwarven, with the earthen dwarven. Ugh. Why? Why? Just why? Why?
Out of combat. But long term, these are minor details. Plenty of players genuinely like the new allied race. For Horde players, it was actually the first time they could play something resembling a dwarf without switching factions. Others simply liked the more rugged, crystalline, stone-forged aesthetic. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Earthen becomes significantly more common over time, especially since they've only just entered the game. But for now, they hold the title of the single least popular race in World of Warcraft. Standing almost next to them in terms of player population are the Mecha Gnomes, who make up just 0.9% of players. Their history closely mirrors that of the Earthen. Long ago, gnomes, just like the Earthen, were created from dense, durable elements. But due to the curse of flesh, these once mechanical beings became ordinary creatures of flesh and blood. Not all gnomes were content with this new state. One gnome king in particular became obsessed with reversing the curse and restoring his people to their original mechanical form. Driven by this desire, he abandoned his kingdom and led a group of followers to a place known as Mechagon. There, he founded a new realm where he and his subjects sought a way to undo the curse. But the king eventually descended into madness. Determined to cheat fate itself, he forced his people to undergo involuntary mechanization, replacing entire body parts with mechanical ones.
I thought that was cool. This whole area, I wish they probably could have done something way more and bigger than they did. But still, all in all, really, really cool.
Whether the gnomes wanted it or not. That is why Mechagnomes combine both organic components of flesh and blood with mechanical limbs such as arms or legs. Later, the king issued a decree declaring all non-mechanical beings smaller than a child to be outlaws. By the time of the battle for Azeroth, he had already devised a plan to convert every inhabitant of Azeroth into mechanical constructs. In short, it was Warcraft's own version of a dystopian cyberpunk scenario. And overall, the race's backstory is quite fascinating. But why is this race so unpopular? Let's start with their overall appearance. It is, frankly, an acquired taste, and one that many players didn't find appealing. Mechagnomes differ significantly from their ancient kin we encountered during Wrath of the Lich King. Instead of fully mechanical metal bodies, we ended up with something closer to a 50-50 mix of flesh and machinery. Many players found their base models eerily unsettling. Creating a stylish outfit or transmog for them can be particularly difficult, but more on that in a moment. Though, if you dig through the forums, you can find some solid examples. They're just the exception rather than the norm.
If you can't transmog it, ain't no point in even playing it. Like, that's honestly the end game of this whole game. Because at a certain point, once the raid is done, all the raids, the only thing left in there, because the gear doesn't work anymore like it's supposed to. At a certain point, I mean, you can't go back and wear Wrath of the Lich King armor and expect to hop into a new raid with it. So the real end game is transmog, dress up.
Skepticism toward the race existed even back during Battle for Azeroth. When they were first introduced, players quickly reacted with a fair amount of negativity. Forum posts from that period are full of doubts about whether this allied race was even necessary, at least in this form. A common opinion was that Blizzard could have simply added mechanical customization options to regular gnomes, instead of creating what would become the least popular race in the game. Speaking of customization, there are issues here as well. Their appearance options are very limited, especially compared to most other races. Mechagnomes cannot use traditional gnome hairstyles or beards. They also cannot choose different eye colors, despite such models existing in the game. Transmogrification is also restricted. Because of story-driven reasons, Mechagnomes have mechanical limbs, and those cannot be transmogged. Specifically, their hands and wrists cannot be changed. Pants will display only partially, with the upper part showing, but the legs themselves will always reveal mechanical components. All of this.
That's why they're called diaper gnomes.
Forgotten race in
Diaper gnomes.
the game, considering that the Earthen, who appeared only in the War Within, have already nearly matched them in population. I'm certain that soon they will surpass Mechagnomes, leaving the Mechagnomes in last place once again. Not too far above the Mechagnomes sits another battle for Azeroth race, the Kul Tiran humans. In the Second War, the Kul Tiran fleet became one of the greatest obstacles the Orcs faced at sea. They successfully sabotaged Horde naval missions, sank ships, and disrupted the Orcs' attempts to move troops from the south to the north of the continent. And in the Third War, they even intended to crush the Horde on the new continent, Kalimdor, where the Orcs fled in their search for a new home. Kul Tiras established several strongholds right under the Horde's nose. In Battle for Azeroth, we were able to visit their island for the first time in World of Warcraft, as well as explore their capital, Boralus. The gritty but imposing aesthetic of a dirty, storm-battered port city was preserved perfectly. The allied race itself reflects this character in its design. Their models are larger and more muscular than ordinary humans, perhaps even too muscular. Currently, this race accounts for about 1.5% of players. They often appeal to those who want to play humans, but prefer a broader, sturdier model. And in that regard,
Big
Kultirans are an
boys.
ideal choice. From time to time, players ask developers to add a slim
I think these always look kind of weird. Glad they, well, okay, I can't say I'm glad, but they haven't introduced this model of the Colterians. Um, I guess, they say, if you just want to be the skinny version of the Colterians, just go play human. But yeah, these dudes looked, they look like weenies. I was thinking, I was like, okay, so if that were the case, what rig did they use? It looks like they possibly used the model for trolls, but just standing upright. Huh. I don't think I noticed that before.
Kultiran body type. In Battle for Azeroth, we encountered not only the stockier islanders, but also tall, lean, and several other Titan-forged races were meant to help shape and order Azeroth. But then came the Curse of Flesh, an event that transformed Titan-forged war for Door, where the orcs fled in their search for a new character in its design. Their models are larger and more specialized islanders, but also tall, lean individuals. Their appearance would fit the rogue class perfectly, as rogues specialize in agility, stealth, and lethal precision. Unfortunately, despite fans' wishes, this customization option was never added to the game. Still, as an additional alternative model for humans, Kultirans are quite solid. A similar thing can be said about the High Mountain Tauren, who surpassed Kultirans by only 0.2%. We were introduced to them in Legion. They lived in harmony with the other races of the Broken Isles, dwelling mainly in mountainous regions. However, the arrival of the Burning Legion drove many inhabitants of the Isles insane, causing them to sever their alliances with the Tauren. Visually, High Mountain Tauren differ little from regular Tauren. Their horns are more elaborate and varied, and their bodies are adorned with tribal markings. Otherwise, they are nearly the same race. The same can be said about the Lightforged Draenei, whom we also encountered in Legion. The Army of the Light sought to purge our world of the Burning Legion, which had spent millennia destroying worlds and corrupting entire races. They share a common origin with the regular Draenei, and given that Draenei live for thousands of years, it is entirely possible that Lightforged Draenei and ordinary Draenei recognized each other by face when they reunited during Legion. Long ago, on the flourishing world of Argus, the Draenei civilization thrived, but the arrival of the Burning Legion led part of their leadership to join the demons. The Legion promised power and a brilliant future, one that ultimately ended in corruption. Those who refused to become part of the demonic army were forced to flee, as the Legion began hunting all who opposed them. A portion of the Draenei managed to escape Argus aboard ships. One crashed on Draenor and became the home of the Draenei we know today, while the other chose to take the fight directly to the Burning Legion. The inhabitants of this second ship became known as the Lightforged Draenei. They differ from their kin with lighter skin tones, silver hair, golden eyes, and bright, luminous adornments. In the overall population, Lightforged Draenei make up 1.8% of all players. Let's step away from allied races for a moment and talk about the more traditional playable races. At the very bottom of the ranking among the core races sit the gnomes and the goblins. The irony is hard to miss, considering that, lore-wise, these two ancient enemies despise each other and are constantly trying to outdo one another in matters of technology. Let's begin with the former, the gnomes. The history of this race is quite tragic. Much like their close allies, the dwarves, the gnomes supported the alliance during the Third War. However, after Lordaeron fell to the Scourge, the gnomes suddenly stopped responding to their allies' calls for aid. For a long time, no one understood why, until the alliance finally uncovered the truth. While the plague was ravaging Lordaeron, a catastrophe unfolded within the gnomish kingdom. Their capital was overrun by aggressive trogs. The gnomes did not have the strength to fend off the assault, and so they were drawn into a long, brutal conflict that lasted nearly 5 years. And unfortunately for the gnomes, victory was not meant to be. The trogs broke through their defensive lines and destroyed many engineering complexes. The gnomish leader was forced to make a desperate decision. He irradiated the lower levels of the
I had no idea that was a time span of 5 years that essentially beginning of this. Huh. Wow. Okay. That's pretty cool.
city in an attempt to
I love lore nuggets.
kill the Trogs, but the plan failed miserably. Not only did the Trogs survive, but many gnomes mutated from the radiation, transforming into green hostile monsters. With their kingdom fallen, the surviving gnomes were forced to abandon their capital. Now, as for the gnomes as a playable race, since vanilla, gnomes have never ranked highly in popularity. According to 2005 data, among alliance races, they were the least popular, accounting for only 8% of all players, slightly behind the dwarves. Meanwhile, night elves and humans dramatically overshadowed them, partly due to aesthetics and other player appeal factors. Today, gnomes make up 2.1% of players. It's hard to say why the number is so low. Players often mention that they don't like the race's comical nature and tiny stature, and indeed, their small size created far more inconvenience in earlier.
One second, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Your boy is back.
expansions than it does now. One of the biggest issues was mounting. Mounts used to scale according to the rider's race, so that a massive tauren wouldn't look ridiculous on a tiny mount, and small races like gnomes and dwarves wouldn't look comically oversized. But for gnomes, this caused a problem with shallow water. When gnomes stepped into even a small puddle, they would be dismounted, while taller races could run straight through without issue. This was especially annoying in Swamp of Sorrows and Zangarmarsh, two swampy zones filled with shallow rivers and openings. This was eventually fixed by allowing mounts to simply swim, but for a long time, it was a real inconvenience. Their technological rivals, the goblins, sit slightly below them in popularity, at one point 8%. Although we first met this race back in Warcraft 2, where they fought alongside the orcs, we only became able to play them in Cataclysm. On their home island of Kezan, disaster struck. Due to Deathwing's awakening and the ensuing volcanic eruption, the goblins were forced to flee in panic. And because goblin society was heavily unequal, centered on wealth, and ruled by the monopolistic trade princes, the survivors found themselves in a grim social situation. Fortunately, they managed to find refuge within the Horde, and eventually built an entire new settlement near Orgrimmar in Adshara. Players often, and not without reason, view goblins as a greedy race obsessed with gold. Combined with their rather unconventional appearance, this stereotype likely contributes to their low popularity. Given a choice among all available races, many players are simply more inclined to pick an attractive elf, a noble orc, or a proud tauren instead of a scheming sharp-toothed goblin.
Well, I have made one before. Don't remember how far I got with him. So there you go. That's let us continue.
I answer to the light.
May the light bless and protect you. Your defense of the Sunwell Chamber made this miracle possible. We have not beaten Zalatath, but we have forestalled the invasion of her devouring ghost. We now have the time to catch our breath and discover what we must do to defeat her. What is that? Created at the confluence of the light and void, this mystical substance may be traded for objects of similar significance. Oh, this is a renown. Oh, hold on. Okay.
Shorel Aran.
The eternal sun still guides us.
So many have come to the defense of Silver Moon and the Sunwell. Names and faces that I did not entirely expect, and some familiar faces I'm glad to see. You have my thanks for your part, Gillimus. We have Zalatath's forces held for now, but this is far from over. I would include you in our next steps. Meet me at the Sanctum of Light. Let's see. What do we got? We got a haste mastery.
The light of the sun.
The vanguard of the light will need quarters and supplies.
I will consider it after I have consulted with the others.
is this? Hey, it is the first raid? Ooh, a mount? That's pretty cool. It's a height. This will be the first raid. Huh. Legit. Seems legit. Yeah.
You are not needed. That isn't your decision to make.
I proudly serve as Regent Lord.
Nope. We need crit haste. Haste is always better though. So we're gonna say no to that one. Yeah.
Our strength lies in our people. We shall not falter. The Sunwell holds the Void Storm at bay for now, but its current state cannot be sustained forever.
And there's no telling how it could be affecting the rest of Everson, especially the Light Bloom. We need an alternative course of action.
We Randorai can aid you in finding one. Grant us entry into Silvermoon. Absolutely not! Your mere presence would risk defiling the Sunwell with void magic. Then it seems we have.
Yeah, we don't like that void stuff. We don't like that void magic, right, peeps?
Should you choose to see reason.
The Grand Magister is right about one thing. Protecting the Sunwell is our top priority. The Vanguard of the Light will see to its defense.
Your aid was timely and welcome, Terralion. But remember that Silvermoon and the Sunwell belong to the Sindorai. You are guests in our fair city.
Yeah, Alliance scum.
And saviors, Lord Thamar.
Yeah.
Rest assured that we will guard your city and your people with the full strength of the light.
Hey, that human no mind. There are those that will disagree with my decision, but I will not have us lose our home. If we must host temporary guests, so be it.
What I do,
I have more to review with Terralion, but in the meantime, the rest of the city should be informed that we have some temporary guests in the outer perimeter. I'd like you to check in with few key civilians and deliver the news. While you're out there, take the chance to familiarize yourself with Silvermoon. We've made impressive strides rebuilding it since you last visited. What are you talking about, dog? I was here like, minutes ago. Those are some good, that's a good upgrade.
Silver
Yep.
Moon I'll
Yeah,
speak to the
yeah,
Vanguard while you get the other matters settled.
yeah. Alright. Do-do-do-do.
This better be important.
So you are the champion I've heard so much about. Many of my people are still alive thanks to your efforts at the Sunwell. You have my gratitude. Now, only if I can convince these elves that this war is more important than just their city. Hi.
You have already taken so many of my Blood Knights to empower the Sunwell. Quel'Thalas is largely undefended.
And I am telling you that it is still not enough. Only by the faith of our forces is the Sunwell holding back the void.
The Sunwell must not fall.
Then make sure we have everything we need and keep enemies off our back.
Alright, big girl. Chill. Calm yourself.
Could see to our forces at the Sunwell. I will discuss matters with the Regent Lord.
Where's Thrall at?
You will it, High Exarch. Vanguard, collect every weapon not nailed to a wall and let's move out. The light brings victory.
Slash spit. What? Did they really stop? Oh, that's whack.
Sinu Amanore. The last I saw shadows descend on Quel'Danas, Arthas marched on our kingdom with his army of Scourge. Now another army marches in our streets, saying they're here for our protection. Are you certain of that?
Who knows? They're alliance scum. Whoopsies. At least it didn't die. Cool. Okay, so this is saying I need to go up. But I don't remember where to go or how to get there. Here? Yay! Found it. Portal trainer. Alright. Man, you're not nice.
That burst of energy
I don't
from
care.
Sunwell, it was more powerful than any magic I've ever encountered. And I am
Pretty said you're too stupid to sit here and learn how to cast these portals. Like, I just do this thing called Zug Zug, and then it goes away. All of it. Whatever it is.
Baladash, Malanore.
Offer what shelter I can. Shattered lands. The Alliance will be staying here temporary. Lodging will be needed.
With all that has
Yeah.
happened, that utterly mad vortex of shadow in the sky, guests are leaving in droves. If I weren't overseeing this place, I'm not so certain I'd still be here myself. If you wish a room, it is yours. What needs bring you here?
Let's see. Here's this one. Oh, that looks pretty cool. I like it. Nope. Nope. Maybe. Light Master.
That surge from the Sunwell set off the Dragonhawks. They know when there's danger. I've never seen them this unnerved. If the animals are this
And
affected,
Valeria.
the rest of Eversong.
Hey, there's gonna be people
The
here.
reliquary
They'll be
will
coming in
lend
now.
aid wherever it's needed. Let me know if you're interested as well.
I have just the thing, Wanderer.
Let's see. Kind of want to see if I can give him like a let's see. How about the headpiece? Hmm. The issue is that there's clipping there. I don't necessarily like at all. Hmm. Hmm. Transmog takes a little time. You know, you gotta give it love, you gotta give it care, and gotta match it so you don't look stupid. You know, it's a whole thing. You don't just slap pieces on and say, "Oh, I look cool." No, you don't. Look terrible. Those are cool if they look like that color. Let's see, do we have anything like that? Does that exist? Let's go to hands. Pieces I don't have. Hmm. Here we gotta go back and do some transmog hunting.
Francis, lucky doos and root. Good morning to all friends of the Grummels.
I do not care about skywriting. No, I should, but I don't. Just don't care at all. Let's see. That does look cool. Very mid. Mid. Very mid. All of that. Oh well. So there's one more. Where do I gotta go? Right behind me.
Our home is yours as well. May the... Well, if you ever need a reprieve from the bustle of our visiting friends, seek the red banners around the city. We'll keep the Alliance out of those areas.
Thank you.
You'll need it in Fairbreeze, champion. No problem with the light bloom. With perseverance, strength. Aldiel Shalom.
All right.
Keen projector to keep us informed.
So these are all 30 bags. 6s, 24s, and 16s.
I am rather busy. We have overcome much.
Oh, that's how.
Eritor, you may be needed at the Sunwell.
This light bloom might actually be of use to the Vanguard. At the very least, I need to find out.
Remain vigilant.
Let's do some good.
Unless you're dead before you been put it over his knee. Whack, whack, whack. Spankings. Beatings for everybody.
Is everything all right, Lady Leandrin? You've said little since we arrived.
My apologies.
I thought so with the Sunwell. I did not expect it to react with such force.
You ask, and the light provides. Need it be more complicated than that?
She speaks of the Sunwell, not the light.
Your fount was blessed by the heart of Anaru. It is one and the same.
I suggest you hold your tongue, High Exarch. That fount you so blithely pretend to understand predates the existence of human civilization. And in all that time, I have never heard of the Sunwell reacting with that kind of aggression. Liadrin, what was that beam of light?
I wish I knew. It holds back the void, yet I still wonder.
Small at first, but Fairbreeze now reports a problem. If the Sunwell is oppressive, what of the light bloom?
These worries will lead you nowhere, Regent.
You're Orwenna, aren't you? My mother Ilaria told me about you.
You have come far,
See,
stranger.
I think that
Anu Belor de la Na. Sinu Amanore. Speak up. What brings you
these
here?
beasts roaming the village are nuisances, but we have a bigger problem. There's a feral lynx prowling nearby that we call Sharp Maw. She used to keep her distance from the village, but the current situation has made her more bold. Be plenty of little man. I'm just. So, can we just like stick her out? Just easy, easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Anu Belor de la Na.
This is the oddest situation I've ever been in. Our village is being overrun. I like to keep things neat and tidy around here with these animals. They come in from the wilds like they own the town. They're attacking our sweet pets, overturning our belongings, and causing havoc. No sooner have I solved one problem than another is rearing its head. I'm only one elf. Can't stop this all on my own. Lend a hand, won't you? Yeah, sure.
That could work.
Victory lies ahead.
So, your path leads you here. Do not. Magistrix, when did you first begin seeing these disturbances with this light bloom? Huh. Perhaps when the Sunwell blew sky high into that swirling vortex? Sorry, I'm a bit overwhelmed.
bush was trampled. The poor wildlife here must be terrified. That creature must have come from the light bloom. We should let the Magistrix know.
Shorelaron. Anu Velore Delana.
Perhaps this sudden growth is tied to the empowerment of the Sunwell. I think I was right. This could be used to help the Vanguard.
It sure can. Parator sure can. You figure that out. Yeah.
Please save my kitty, Mr. Paladin.
I'm not a paladin. Oh, yeah, he is.
Oh, come down, kitty.
There we are. Keep him close now. Ugh. It looks and smells like a local pest wandering their territory. Obviously distressed. This nest, it's being choked by the light. Let's fix this. What do we need to do? Ready to fight the fight? What happened here?
Hawkstriders running amok. Thank you. Those Hawkstriders are a terror.
They shouldn't be a problem much longer. Light bloom is nowhere near the village. How did the growth get all the way out here?
As it traveled, sir. Use your head. Where's the last one?
Light soothe those wounds, little friend.
This light bloom you describe is clearly out of control. We must find what has disturbed it so.
We shall not falter.
Where is this dude?
Anu Belore Delana.
Light soothe those wounds, little friend.
May the eternal sun guide you.
Hmm. There it is.
Soothe those wounds, little friend. Light soothe those wounds, little light soothe those wounds, little friend.
My poor kitten was savaged. Thank you.
Speak up. What brings you here? May the eternal sun guide you. Back to work.
Ready to fight the fight? What do we need to do? Ready to fight the fight?
Hear the song of the world and I it.
You hail from above.
Look at this thing. They're ugly, weird looking. I don't like them. Wish they would have gave us something else. I would have much rather the Teskar than whatever the piss this is. They didn't even give it a good introduction. I think it was terrible.
Speak to me. I shall let you follow the trail. It should lead to the answers we seek.
Mother said you're familiar with the wilds. What do you make of all this?
They remind me of home. Yet they live on the surface. It should not be this way.
You last one? Yeah. Super sneaky. Sneaky, bro.
Your path leads you deep, stranger.
I'm out of range.
Ooh. On special cargo, how delightful, subtle, as discreet as a goblin's pyrotechnics. It seems the Tideborn are entangled in this mess, and we have little choice but to wade in after them. If that means diving into the depths, so be it.
We endure. Baladac, Melanore.
This note all but drips with guilt, but mere words alone will not bring down Tideborn fright. Right? They require undeniable proof, evidence so damning that not even their well-bribed magistrates can turn a blind eye. That's where you come in. Yeah, me. Okay, who do I kill? Take this arcane recorder and make your way to the docks. Document their shipping, their crew, and anything that reeks of smuggling. A single image can speak volumes, and I tend to make every word count.
Shorella. Sinu Amanore. Anubala Beloreala.
Boom. Wow, it's really cool particle effects here. Alright, you know what? Let's change this a bit. Corcron. Yeah. And like I said, I really want to do a thing. Okay. Ooh. I got that idea. It's gonna be nice. Golden Wind Fury kind of look. Let's see. I kind of like it, but I don't at the same time. So close to that, it just kind of throws it off to me. Let's see. Do-do-do-do. Let's see. Cool looking wind like hammer. I think there is a wind walk. Give me the nunchucks. Hmm. Actually, this doesn't look bad. Oh, can't take that, beat that one yet. Let me solo it, can't. So I nerf that. So I'd really like to go and get these, but this boss, which is here, here. It is Vault of the Incarnates. This one right here has this massive issue of abilities being able to keep, let's see, I think it's this. Yeah, so all the unhatched eggs, you can break them and, okay. If she is near her ads, she gives all of the ads a bunch of shield and health and you can't get through it. So there's no way to solo this because you have to have her in a different spot and you in a different spot. And you just can't do that while you sit there and attack the mobs. So we can't go for that. Well, let us see what else we might be able to go and get then. What else looks like a wind kind of themed? Might end up being the closest type to get to it. To something that I'm looking for. Where is it? Nah, I just don't like it though. No. Hmm. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I have to give myself the dang lit pot lid just because it's small. Uh, eh. This is the closest to foot wrappings I can find.
Punches, lucky doos and root.
These aren't bad. Really would like to change that though. This isn't terrible.
Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
Everything is pretty decent except shield. Yeah, that's way too technological, so that doesn't work. I bet this is super fun watching me. Look at how I want to sit here and do my transmog. Well, guess what? It's my stream. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that isn't bad, but I don't think it's good. Quickly and easily. We'll go with this one. Yeah, we're gonna go with that.
Stop, browse. Smell.
I didn't spend way too much money.
May your feet find good trails. I have many lucky doos you like.
Good enough.
Farewell, friend of the Grummles. Beware of Yeti.
Yeah. We're in combat with. Ooh.
These creatures.
They claimed this as their
Nom nom
territory.
nom 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 nom
We
nom
are
nom
now
nom.
encroaching.
Trouble ahead. On your guard.
No.
The runestone. We were able to hold back the growth, but not those things. The world watch over you.
The creatures of this light bloom see us as intruders. They threaten the surrounding wildlife and inhabitants who are naturally here. We should reduce their numbers in this threat. Yep, kill them. Curious cultivation. This place is unlike any I have seen before. The plant growth is unique. Gillimus. Let us examine the light bloom more closely. Perhaps we can uncover the secrets of this place together. Sure.
We must discover what caused these creatures to flourish so suddenly.
Let's split up. We can cover more ground.
Yeah.
I'll meet up with the two of you later.
I agree, but not really. Right? What on earth? I'm gonna go kill it, but I probably shouldn't. I won't. So, I'll probably survive, but still, really hard not to.
The growth of these plants has been forced. By what? I do not know.
You have found me. May you lend your song to others.
Almost at 81, and then we can hop in doing some dungeons. That's for a little bit at least.
It seems even your runestones cannot stop the Lightbloom surge, if there are none left to defend them. The Lightbloom kills, then grows anew. A vicious cycle that cannot be allowed to continue.
Yeah, that sounds like Batman. So this is pretty much showing off what the wolf forms look like. And this one's a bat. And then this be a raptor? Still, don't care. Don't really like it.
A Rutani? Here? What is that it holds?
Quickly, there's a runestone nearby. Let's get to safety and take a look. Rowena, what was that thing?
Rowena. It was a thing. Okay.
A Rutani. Creatures from my homeland. They should not be here.
So what, did you bring them?
The roots brought us both here.
Yeah.
Let nature take its course. Do not.
The Rutani. They are being driven to grow. This light you speak of may be the cause.
I thought the Lightbloom could aid the Vanguard. But were they the ones to cause this?
This is wrong. All wrong.
All wrong. So wrong, it's so right, though.
You have come far, stranger.
The Rutani are trying to spread growth of the Lightbloom as far and wide as possible. But why? Because why not?
May you lend your song
He doesn't just want to own more. we as humans do, so
Let's do
do
some good.
not like the growth. Normar, Lorthamar needs to know that. I worry what will happen should it get out of control and the light's influence. My father should then
We should
to
help. Better to seek forgiveness than permission. Fairbreeze is fine for now, but this light bloom is teeming with creatures driven by the light. They're killing people. I've never seen the light act like this.
The light only threatens that which warrants reckoning.
They deserved
That's
it.
not what's happening here.
If Fairbreeze is safe, the Void Storm still looms. Despite Rummoth's vocal opposition, I have decided to reach out to Magister Umbric and tap his expertise with the Void. Seek him out in Tranquillion. Reach out when you have more to share.
Will do.
What do we need to do? I've bested every evil
We have solved nothing. These Rutani have been changed. I must return to Harendar and investigate.
I'll go on ahead. Catch up when you can.
Speak to me. There is tension between Eretor and his elders. I understand this well. I may not be welcome where I hail from. To leave, to work with outsiders. The idea did not sit well with my elders. But we cannot hope to save our world by hiding from it. My goddess called, and I had to answer. Eretor, I did not expect to find such similarities with those of the surface world. Perhaps, of all things, truth is the hardest to see. I know nothing of what threatens from the sky, but I know much of what threatens from below. I will continue to explore this. When you are ready to examine the root of the issue, return to me.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. May as well.
Hold, champion. There's a body here. What's that clutched in her hand?
Thing. It's full of
A
notes.
notebook? So many pages missing. Strange. Let's get to Umbric. He'll want to know.
One of my own. Dead. How could this happen?
All paths are possible.
Brooks looks stricken. This is not the news he was expecting. No. Go to the void. Governor and reached out to me and offered this space for research into the void stuff. It seems at least some of this crisis threatens us all.
Come with an open mind.
Whatever you found, prepare for it. Won't let her work the thing. There's something to be found here, Gillimus. A few locations listed. Let's travel to them and try some of these. The formula may be incomplete, but perhaps we can discover what she was looking for. Had to be important. Maybe.
Maintain focus and control.
My sympathies, Magister. I'll see that someone takes care of the body.
I need to look into Cassius' notes. I won't let her die in vain.
We lost 3 more scouts down south since the Void Storm appeared. We shall not falter. 5! Something odd is going on down south. But we haven't the numbers to patrol.
The lack of Farstrider seems very convenient for our murderer.
This is the third time I've been robbed. New recruits? Splendid.
Look. These look like notes. The guard captain includes the occasional newcomers welcome package. Future may seem uncertain, but the truth is right before your eyes. You'll miss out the tranquil. Make sure you aren't followed. I'll do my best.
Baladash Malinore.
What is it I have? Much keeping this. Haven't seen anything suspicious. Suspicious.
Such as a giant storm of void looming over us all, you mean? Can't say I have.
That's not much of an answer.
Worry not. Lord Antenorian will take care of us all. Behold the sky! The light has all but abandoned us.
The light
This book is full of bizarre ceremonies that look nothing like those usually found among the elves. There seems to be emphasis on important. The shadow that light casts, as well as warning of an oncoming eclipse that must be appeased. Actually, you know what? Let's just take a look at the
I have just the thing, Wanderer. Good fortune That's it. Lucky doos and loot. Farewell, friend of the Grummels. Why are we stockpiling?
Let's do some good.
What is it? Until next time. Newcomers, supplies, what kind of shipment is this?
Seems like Lord Antiorian is offering everyone.
I hope you're in better straits than my last guest traveler. What needs bring you here? Aldiel Shalah, a Void Elf woman, rushed out of here last night as if she was trying to flee.
That sounds like Cassia. I wonder if she left anything behind. Let's go see.
With perseverance, strength.
A cult? Could it be the Twilight's Blade here?
The Twilight's Blade. Clearly.
Ready to fight the fight?
There's far more to confirm than meets the eye, it seems.
We
Yeah.
should help.
Oh, looks good. Kinda. Nah. I just want to get to the next level so I can do some dungeons.
Gracia's notes appear to be focused on a rift. Sample of the void. Good. Let's take it and try another location.
See if this is the first big jump you do. Causes your next shield slam to unleash a wave of force, reducing the damage they deal to you by 5% for 8 seconds. Okay. Okay. That's cool. Damage reduction. Okay. That's it. I think I'm going on 9. Once we get to a higher level, we'll go back to the time it takes a little bit on much side.
This place is more exposed to the void storm. Things may get dangerous.
Of course. Let's go check out Wildhead. And what I would like to do is find the protection, and then we go to talent builds. And best mythic plus build right here. Will not be doing there. Okay. So we go there. I really love the being able to import talents, because back in the day when you had to have pretty much like 2 screens up at a time, or what I would do would take a picture of it with my phone. And you're like, okay, so then we get this one and then this one, and then okay, there we go. So there, and then Brenda Midnight, yay! Actually, what I'm going to do is fill up my water bottle real quick. So I will be right back, everybody. Hello, beautiful people. All right. Let us take a look around. Let's do one more. Let's do a dungeon real quick. Let's get it. First dungeon on the warrior. Let's get it. All right. Come on. Let's go, healer. Let's go, healer. There we go. Good job. Good job. Good job, healer. So this one was really cool. I've only done it. I think it's probably the second or third time that I've done this dungeon. It's about the Windrunners. I haven't gotten to the spot in the game where they talk about the lore of this place yet.
My sisters were the last to visit these halls, but they threw their home and their bond away.
But evidently, this dude is a Windrunner as well. Go beam and figure.
The Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper broke the calm. Which path will you choose?
Thank you, the way. Who canoodles? There we go. Oh, wait, make sure you got everybody. And then, as a warrior, then you just start stomping on the ground.
Well now,
Stomp, stomp,
that
stomp.
Dragonhawk seems to have stolen my heart. She won't let you close to
This thing's got to go.
Defensive.
I wonder what the mythic will be on this stuff.
Defensive.
beautiful. She reminds me of Arisa. My sister was also ferocious
Money.
herself if her family was threatened.
Not what I wanted. But I'll take it.
Let's
And
find
small
the
cost
next
of that. It's definitely a good upgrade. Big upgrades.
Sylvanas
Huge
didn't ask to be
numbers,
Ranger
even.
General, but she gave everything to the task, including her life.
There. This, E.
She trained with a bow gifted by Amira. Undead fanatics have invaded to loot it and anything else that belonged to her.
Shadow Bolt. It's a pretty easy dungeon. A lot of it is just kill everything. Not too much on the mechanics. I guess that first one it's just that defensive. This one here has this grab that you have to do. Which is pretty cool. Like I said, one of my favorite types of mechanics.
Target you.
Target you.
Defensive.
Alright, good.
Target you.
Why can't people to spell effect
Defensive.
Easy peasy. Lemon. Ooh, squeezy. Crit haste, heck yes.
To be admired, but she never wanted to be
Big
worshipped.
upgrade. Big upgrades.
Come,
Okay. This weekend. Didn't think I was in. Well, so there's a DLC for the game that I like to play. It's a Warhammer game. I love Warhammer. It's super cool. But it is Rogue Trader. They're coming out with a new DLC. So it's a game that I have not finished yet. I think I'm relatively close to finishing it, but I'm just not done with it yet. Really good game. Probably for me rivals BG3. They just didn't have as much money. So there's things that you like mocap and all that stuff you don't get it in this game. But it's really good as far as like the story. That's something to take away, you know. The story's good, the story's good, even if the what's the name is, you know, they don't get as much money. Oops. And I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this way. But the game is essentially, you are a space pirate who's also a governor of like a whole sector of space, which is pretty cool. And you get to pretty much kind of do whatever you want.
It's too far
Nobody else can interrupt, huh? Solo interrupter. Details is still around. I do take a look at that and see how many I've done compared to other people. Yeah, right.
Defensive. Defensive.
So this one, what you have to do is evidently you have to kill all the ads, and then that's when it stops and it's spinning, which I don't think people are understanding that you have to do that.
Defensive.
Mine is defensive. Nothing I can do. Doesn't have no more. There we go. DED, Didge.
We've done it. One last task remains. I'll use these relics to return peace to the Spire. Perhaps then...
Let's see.
Special coming. Watch your step.
So you mess up and you just do another charge. It's that easy. Guess I don't understand that part of the mechanic.
Special coming.
Ooh.
Defensive.
I think I now get it. So those things will pop you in the air, and that's how you avoid that dude's dumb. If you want to stay there.
At last, spirits that linger within these halls have found peace. I hope that one day, my sisters will be able to do the same. As for myself, I shall fill these halls with music until they return home. Thank you, champions.
All right. Okay, everybody. Well, thanks for tuning in tonight. Got at least one level down and 9 more to go on the new warrior. I think next time I want to try to work on No, I'll probably wait till 90 and then head over to go farm up some transmog gear for my warrior shaman here. Anyway, again, thanks for everybody for coming out and watching and spending some time with me while I play me some World of Warcraft. We'll see y'all Saturday. Have a good one, everybody. Peace, love, and chicken grease.